your name. Don't let your spirit fade away. Onicia, you've been through such pain, but you're growing stronger every day. Onicia, you forgot your name. Don't let your spirit fade away. Onicia, you've been through such pain, but your little heart is growing stronger every day. Hey, don't fade away. Don't fade away. Don't fade away. Come on. When the world is on your shoulders, stay. Don't fade away.
Alrighty, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. How are we all doing? It's happening, chat. Welcome to another Saturday morning hobby stream. We're starting up a little bit earlier just to get in time just before 10 o'clock, which is absolutely awesome. Hope everyone is doing well. Thank you so much to everyone who was hanging out with us last night. And once again today, we are going to be getting some more hobby progress done on the stream, which is absolutely awesome. We're going to be finishing off these Necrons. We're going to get more work done on the Contemptor and the Devastators as well. Hopefully I can get all the base coats done on the 3 Marines that are currently on deck. But apart from that, it's going to be pretty chill. We're going to hang out. We're going to chat a bit about CoastCon as well. Some of the lists that were present. Some of the games that were played on stream. Things like that. And really just have some good fun with it. It's going to be an awesome day. So we're going to just kind of get cracking straight into it, I'd say. We're going to have stream raiders about 10:30ish. We'll start that up. And then we're going to go from there. So, let's get into it, I say. We're going to keep on going with these Necrons to start off with, though, because I really want to focus on the Marines today. So the Necrons are actually almost finished. Literally all I need to do is the eyes and the guns. And they're done. So it's all going to be fine detail work today on these guys. Which is really easy, really interesting. Keeps it all nice and simple. I should really get my Necrons out to do an army photo for them at some point in the near future as well. Alright, where is Insane? There we are. Cool. Just starting off doing the lives. Hey Dingwood, how's it going? Oh, I'm not up early, mate. It's about 10 AM where I am. So it's not early at all, bud. How you doing? I'm going to guess it's a bit early in the morning for yourself. And you know what? I probably haven't changed the stream title. Not in New South Wales. I am in Canberra. So, ACT. And you know what? I have not changed it. So, that's a big rips to me. I did sleep in this morning, so that's probably why. And then alrighty, that's all updated now, so it should actually be showing a correct title. Oh, you're up on the Gold Coast. Yeah, that's right. It's just gone 9 AM for you guys up there. So, whilst it might be early for you up there, it's pretty on time for me. But you know, daylight savings does end towards the end of the month, so it means that your 10 AM will also be my 10 AM. So. But yeah, how'd you enjoy the stream last night, Dingwoot? So I did see you hanging out with us for a fair bit. So just very carefully going on adding in the orange on the Gorse weapons, just making sure that I'm not getting it on the black. Yeah, awesome, glad you enjoyed it, brother. I'm you know, looking to do some more collaborations with other streamers coming up in the future. I was meant to have some lined up for this month, but I wasn't able to do it with those people, unfortunately. They just had a lot going on, so I'll yeah, hopefully have some in April, which should be awesome. Be some different content. End up getting your bases started and just adding the final touches, then paint today. Awesome, that's awesome. It's always good to just chip away and get hobby progress done, that's for sure. Hey Chief, how's it going, mates? Ah, that's awesome, Dingwoot, for sure. It's always good to get more hobby streamers in and around, and I firmly believe that it's a, you know, it's not a zero-sum game. So yeah. Chief, how's it going? I dare say you're probably out at Jolt, our local game store, for a whatchamacallit, for Grim Dave. Oh, Dingwoot, I can help you out with that, man. Like, if you look down in the panels below, I'm not sure if I've got a command for it yet. But if you are looking to seriously start streaming, check out Pipeline. Would be the best thing that I can recommend, mate. I've been a part of it since late last year. And I'm going to change this song because I really don't like this song. Chief's good. He's just waiting, viewing some OP lists. Yeah, right. Hopefully, Pretzel rocks. Pipeline. Dingwoot. So it's down below in the panels on my channel. So it's pretty much a streaming community that was put together by Stone Mountain 64 and Snoopay. And it's pretty much designed to help up-and-coming streamers, which I am also a part of it. And I can say that since joining it, it has immensely helped myself in my streaming journey. With being able to understand how to interact with other streamers and, getting, we do mentorship sessions where we get Stone actually does a Zoom call with us, and we get a guest on, and they kind of chat through their kind of streaming path and how they've gotten to it, as well as having an opportunity for question and answers, and they've got Discord, so it's really good, man. I 100% recommend Pipeline, because I would not be where I am today if it wasn't for Pipeline. Like, I wouldn't be at the 200 plus followers now, the couple of subscribers that I've got without being able to do it. And looks like Pretzel Rocks has decided to freeze, so I'm just going to completely reboot it, ladies and gentlemen, because it did not like me there at all. Alright, hopefully this should come through for everyone. Yeah, it's coming through. Hey, Kavarak, yeah, Pretzel doing pretzel things. Yes, it certainly is, mate, it certainly is. How's it going? How's your week been, Kavarak? That's good to hear, man. Good to hear. But yeah, Dingwoot, Stone did a free webinar in December that I can probably find the link for you as well. Just to give you an idea of the knowledge and the things that we talk about and cover in there. So you can kind of get a bit of an idea what it's all about before you even jump in. So yeah, if you do want that, just shoot me a DM on Discord and I can get that link to you. Alright, that's another Necron done. So I should be able to get these Necrons done today, at least within the next half hour or so, which is awesome. I really love the fact that I've been able to chip away and get these Necrons done over time. And too easy, Dingwoot. But yeah, so the topic of discussion for today, as it says in the description, is we're chatting about CoastCon. So I know I was there streaming it. We also had Kavrak was there helping out with the event as well, doing all the score entering and also doing paint judging, and I was also helping with the paint judging as well. So it was, yeah, it was a really solid event. I think there was 24 players in attendance at the end of it, so it was an ITC event. So it was, ended up being a singles. It was meant to be a teams event. So but still a great event. I ended up, you know, as everyone knows, getting quite crook over the weekend whilst I was covering it. Just a bit rough, but you know, that is what it is. But yeah, so on stream we had a lot of good games. Just got to try and remember who was on what. I think round one we had, I know it was Jason with Death Guard, followed up by who was playing against, I think it was Ben maybe with Dark Angels. So it was a very interesting first match. Jason ended up pulling it out with the Death Guard. It was a very interesting kind of matchup with the game. Yep. You got a better memory than me, Kavarak, but also, you've pulled up DUP. Nice. Are all the lists and everything still visible? Because I might actually go to it and pull it up myself. Sick. Let me give you a permit to pop it up in chat. I'll pull it up so I can look at it there. If you're able to pop the link in once I give you the permit. Thank you. Alright, so it was really interesting matchup between Jason and Ben. So the secondaries that Jason had taken was Spread the Sickness, Engage on All Fronts, and Assassinate, which was very timely because Ben did have a number of characters in his list. So Assassinate was a good choice. Spread the Sickness was good because of Jason's list design was there for board control in the early game more than late game with a lot of Poxwalkers. I think he had 78 Poxwalkers in his list. So I just got to fix up this one section that I managed to get orange onto, and I'll just get some black wash and just tidy that up. And then Ben had taken the classic Marines Oath of Moments, Raise the Banners, and Death to the it was a Dark Angel specific one, Death to the Wicked, I think, or Death. It was the Dark Angel specific one. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, so it was actually a really close game in terms of secondary scores, with both players getting close to max on one objective. So Ben got 14 points for Oath of Moments, and Jason got 14 points for Engage on All Fronts. Ben also got 15 points on the Dark Angel specific one, and then he got max on that, and then 6 points on Raise the Banners. So didn't really score too much on banners. And he also, on primary, only scored 15 points, whereas Jason scored 40. And so Jason being able to score that 40 on primary, the 12 points on Spread the Sickness, the 14 on Engage, and the 9 points on Assassinate meant that Ben ended up losing that match, and Jason won 85-60, which is a really good game. It was really solid to watch, particularly a Horde Death Guard list with that many Poxwalkers, with 2 Plague Burst Crawlers and a couple of Terminators, a couple of Death Shroud, some Plague Marines, just a really mixed arms Death Guard style list. Go up against the new Dark Angels and really manage to win and play the objective game there. So I think out of the 2 lists, when I was reviewing them beforehand, it was actually really interesting. I found I was questioning Ben's list a fair bit in terms of why he had done the kind of the double detachment, if that makes sense. Because if I'm thinking correctly, then where is it? Because Ben's list was a Vanguard for Deathwing, where he had a Deathwing Ancient, an Apothecary, a Terminator, Librarian, then a Deathwing Command Squad, 5 Deathwing Knights, and a unit of 10 Deathwing Termies, and then the other one was a Ravenwing detachment, which was captain on bike, 2 Ravenwing Talon Masters, a Tactical Warsuit, an Inceptor Squad, and 2 bikes. So it was really an interesting list that I really didn't think that worked as well as Ben probably thought. I just found, like, in my experience going the dual route, I reckon Ben might have done better instead of going the Invaders, maybe some Ravenwing squads, just standard Ravenwing bike squads. Because then, you know, that you could get the Ravenwing Apothecary in there to keep them alive. You know, drop one of the Talon Masters. That way you're not really spending some excessive points in places to be able to run it. And just as a Marine player myself, I think he could have optimized that second detachment a lot better than he did. Whilst, yes, I can understand why he picked Inceptors and the Warsuit and everything, I just didn't think he maximized that command point spend to take that detachment. Because, you know, that detachment costs 3 CP on top of, you know, the other one that also costs 3 CP. It really didn't make sense. Whereas Jason's list was just a single detachment in terms of he took a battalion where he had his Lord of Virulence and the Malignant Plague Caster in it as his HQs, unit of 5 Plague Marines, 78 Poxwalkers in 4 units, unit of 5 Blight Lords, a Devastators Dreadnought, 2 units of 3 Death Shroud, Tallyman, a Bloat Drone with the Mower, and 2 Plague Burst Crawlers. Like, I think that's very much a homogenous style list and very much something that played to Jason's benefit and advantage during the event. So, at least in my opinion, that's what I thought going into it, that it was a very interesting Dark Angels matchup that I think would have lost against Jason. Ended up being the case. So, but it was still a solid game, and I'm not saying that it wasn't a good game to watch. I'm just more saying that I reckon that just from the lists in general, that the Dark Angels were fighting uphill with it. Alright, I'll just wait for that wash to dry in that eye so I can redo that eye. Alright, then round 2 on stream. We ended up having, I'm just trying to remember who it was. Because I remember we had a lot of people on the table. I know who round 3 was. No, round 3 was Matt. I think it might have been Harry and Zach. Yeah, this seems familiar. So, round 2 we had Harry and Zach. Harry was running a Silvertide Necron list. And Zach was running, if I can pull up his list. What was he running? He was running Custodes. He's running Custodes and, yeah, just pure Custodes. So what I found with this list was the classic Horde versus Elite Army problem. So Harry was, Harry had first turn, I'm pretty sure, in the game. Yeah, so Harry took first turn. The objectives he had was engage on all fronts, vital ground, and deploy scramblers, whereas Zach had also engage on all fronts, but while we stand, we fight and assassinate. So whilst the toughness of the Custodes enabled him to score 15 points on the secondary, what actually made Zach, not do as well in this game was purely board control. So Harry was able to get up into Zach's face pretty much very early on, from turn 1, turn 2, and Harry's list was designed to do that. So if I have a look at what Harry's list was, this is actually a very interesting list that I'm considering myself. So he's got a battalion that's got a custom dynasty, so he's taken some of the traits instead of going a pre-built one. He's got 4 Crypt Thralls, a Technomancer as the dynastic advisor, a Chronomancer, just a standard Lord as the Warlord instead of an Overlord. He's got 2 units of 20 Warriors with the Gorse Flayers and 1 unit of 20 with the Reapers. A unit of 10 Lich Guard with the Sword and Shield. And then I kind of question this choice in terms of the 2 units of 9 Scarabs, but it also makes more sense now that I'm looking at it because he's got the 9 Tomb Blades. So really, he really took board control very early on, and whilst, yes, he might have died off throughout the game, that board control was huge for him. So, in terms of the game, with what Zach was running, so Zach was running double shield captain, 1 on bike, 1 not. The 1 on bike was his Warlord. 3 units of 4 Custodian Guard, 3 Allurus Terminator Custodians, the Palace Grav Tank, the Caladius Grav Tank, and 2 Telemon Heavy Dreads. So it was kind of like a very elite force of 20 models, 20, 30 models going up against a force of 100 plus, right? So Harry pressed that advantage of that model count and just took board control early, got on all the objectives, and just really kind of stuck Zach into his deployment zone. Because it was the really weird Hammer and Anvil one, if I'm not mistaken. So, and then over time, Harry just ran away with it. So, Harry was able to score a full 40 points on primary. Zach scored 15 on primary. Harry scored 11 points on engage, whereas Zach scored 9. So, Zach ended up getting out there, but he scored a lot late game rather than early game, like Harry did with how Harry's list was designed to do. Then, while Zach still got the 15 points of While We Stand, he only got 6 points for Assassinate. And Harry managed to score 10 points on Scramblers, so he got Scramblers off pretty easily. And Vital Graham, which is the mission-specific one, he managed to score 7 points on, which was the center objective ones, I'm pretty sure. He didn't ever get the opponent's deployment zone one there. Alright, so that's the Necrons done, speaking of Necrons. So, that's the first 5 for the second unit done. So I'm really happy to have these guys done as well. I'm really happy with how crisp and clean they're coming out as well. So yeah. So that means that if you have not voted in the poll in the Discord for the next Necron unit, you should probably do so, because next stream I'll be starting to work on the winning unit from that. Oh, thanks, Dingwoot. Yeah, I really like how the blue and the orange contrast quite well. And considering we're at 10:30, let's get Stream Raiders started for us. So the path that we're probably going to take... which is going to probably be down this way, there. So let's start off. Oh, Dingwoot. Thanks, mate. I'll do a deck of paint in a second. All right. We'll go with... We're going to go with the Berserker. To start off with. Alright. So, what a deck of paint is it's an exercise app that I have on my phone. And I'm sure you're probably aware of it from last night, Dingwoot. Is that I choose a random, or get given a random exercise on the app from the thing. So I've got 4 leg raises to do. So pretty much each suit is a different exercise. Hey Chadwick, how's it going? I am about to do a deck of pain that Dingwoot just got, so give me 1 hot minute, brother. So it's giving me, I think it's 4 of diamonds. Yeah, 4 of diamonds. So diamonds is leg raises, and then 4 gives me the number of repetitions. So let's get it done. So, and I'm not gonna wuss out on it either. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There you go, there's 10, because 4's not enough with leg raises.
The Everlast finest reporting.
#SuitMountain64.
Chadwick coming in with the second month resub with the hashtag SuitMountain64. Yeah, brother, Suit Mountain. Let's get Stone Mountain 64 in a suit. So that's a bit of a running gag for us Pipeline members, to which Chadwick is a fellow Pipeline member. And we're trying to get Stone Mountain 64 to wear a suit to one of our fortnightly mentorship sessions. Which I'm also working on a more military style one. So, oh yeah, it seems so much longer. Yeah, the first one, 30th of January. That's huge, brother. That's huge. All right, that's been like a month and a half, 2 months that we've just kept the hype going on it, which is crazy. But yeah, thank you so much for the resub there, Chadwick. Really appreciate it, brother. Alright, so it is time to do the second coats of paint on these guys for a couple of colours. And so I won't do all of them, but there's a fair few that will need a second coat. Let's try and get this into a spot where I can get all of them at the same time. Yep, that's cool. But yeah, Chadwick, what's been happening, mate? How's your week been? How's your streams been going? Yeah, all good, brother, all good. Just lurk away, my man. Lurk away. I should really probably set up a lurk command, to be honest. All G. So yeah, we're just talking a bit about CoastCon. We just kind of covering round 2 at the minute. So I really, as an upcoming Necron player, I find interesting Harry's list. Harry's list is very interesting in terms of that it doesn't have the entirety of the tech to keep those, whatchamacallit, the Warriors still around on the field, which you really need to do if you need to maintain board control for the game, in my opinion. So I think that's one spot that maybe you can look to improve the list. I'm not sure if 9 Scarabs is really the way to go. Whilst yes, it's a lot of wounds, it's very hard to get Scarabs back in the game now because of how, how the reanimation protocols work, where you have to equal the amount of wounds on the models wounds characteristic to be able to bring it back. So for Scarab Swarms, you have to roll a 4 5-ups, and if you only lose 1 or 2 casualties, then that's only 8 rolls. It's very unlikely for you to be able to do that, right? So I don't know. I think you could save some points there by dropping them down to maybe 6 mans, and then invest those points elsewhere. Maybe give it an Overlord instead of a Lord. Maybe drop some of the Crypt Thralls. But also, I see the utility of the Crypt Thralls being able to do Scramblers for him. Is purely what their purpose is. Is just to do Scramblers during the game. So that's probably a strategy that I'm going to employ with them. Is using the Crypt Thralls to do Scramblers. Because they're a 40-point unit to be able to do that. Which is, you know, pretty easy and simple. So, but yeah, I don't know. I think, you know, it was, Harry's win was, I think, came down to the fact that he got board control early and was able to hold Zach in his deployment zone, in my opinion. So, then, you know, we get to round 3. Now, this one's a really cool game. This is one of our local boys here in Canberra. We had Matt on stream, which was awesome to see him up there doing well. And where is he? Matt was playing Paul. So I'll pull up both of their lists first. It was a really interesting game. Because Matt's list was really designed to face a list kind of like this. So Matt was running Salamanders, and to give you an idea of what his list was, he was running a battalion where he had it was pretty much a lot of the new Primera stuff, but it was very, very much a Salamander list, if I do say so myself. Made use of a lot of the current Gravis armor units. Thank you, Dingwit, for the epic Musketeer, and Kavarek for the epic Archer as well. So Matt's list, he had Adrax Agatone, so the Salamander specific one. He had the Librarian and Terminator armor, the Primaris Chaplain on bike, 4-man Incurser squad, 2 4-man Intercessor squads, 2 4-man Aggressor squads, a Primaris Apothecary that was a Chief Apothecary, 2 units of 3 Outriders, and 2 units of 5 Eradicators with multi-melters. Now, this went up against Paul's list, who had Imperial Knights and Space Wolves, with the Night Crusader, with the Battle Cannon, Ironstorm Missile Pod as well, who had the Warlord trait, then 2 Armiger Helverians with the Auto Cannons, then Ragnar Blackmane, a Primaris Lieutenant, unit of 5 Infiltrators, unit of 5 Intercessors, 2 units of 5 Blade Guard, and 2 Redemptors with the Gatling Cannons, like the big Gatling Cannon and the small Gatling Cannon, and then 1 Cyber Wolf. So very much 2 very elite kind of elite forces going at it. But this was an interesting game to watch on stream, because Matt's list with all the Eradicators against all that armor was able to do really well. So Matt, in terms of his objectives, took Bring It Down, which was an obvious choice considering he was able to score max points on it, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ones there. So all of them were worth 2 points, and at least the Knight was obviously worth 3. So Matt scored 11 out of 15 points on that, but he virtually maxed it out. He also took Deploy Scramblers, which he scored, and he took Oaths of Moment, which he was able to score full max points on as a Marine player. Oaths of Moment as a Marine player is just a really solid objective to be taking competitively, because it's all the things you're probably not wanting to do. And you can, it takes 4 turns to max it out, and there are going to be turns where you're able to do it quite easily and quite quickly depending on what you've got in your list, right? So Matt with the bikes was able to get into that midfield pretty quickly to be able to hold it for those 2 points of Oath of Moment. And then, not falling back is 1 point, or failing morale, and then also killing a character, vehicle, or monster in a turn as well scores you 1 point. So it's really something that Matt was able to capitalize on, because he was able to do enough anti-tank damage every turn that he was scoring at least 1 point. He was actually scoring that point quite consistently. He was hardly falling back. So, in 4 turns, you can max it out quite easily. And still, not, if you don't kill something, or if you don't, if you have to fall back out of combat for something, there's also that as well. So, yeah. Excuse me. I am still recovering from being crook, so, but I'm doing pretty well on the most part. Now, for Paul, he took Grind Them Down, Domination, Assassinate. Now, Grind Them Down kind of is a very bad choice against Matt, I would say, with the list that he's got, because it is just going to be able to kill a lot of stuff quickly with the Eradicators. And even the Aggressors, once they get into combat, they're able to do a lot of damage. Then you've also, got Domination, so trying to hold more objectives than Matt, but, again, that's kind of a bit of a trap. Then also taking Assassinate. Whilst, yes, Matt has got a lot of characters in his list, they are tough to deal with, and he generally keeps them together with the Aggressors to create kind of this brick that's just very hard to deal with. So it's kind of like Paul's choices of secondaries were probably not the best. He probably would have been going... He would have done maybe a bit better to go with some other objectives to, maybe do board control and not necessarily worry about casualties, or, take Oaths of Moment as well, or, you know, stuff like raise the banners, deploy scramblers, and just played an alternate game to how Matt was playing, which I feel like he was trying to play the game on Matt's terms, which you'll never do well playing against that kind of list. With killing objectives more than you would with a, you know, playing alternatively, not really worrying about his stuff dies. So that's the end of day one. It was really good to see kind of this variety of factions and armies that were being played, and there wasn't just all Marines, or there just wasn't all Dark Angels. Like, there was a good mix of the new stuff as well as old stuff there. Like, there was a couple of AdMech lists and a couple of custodes. So it's just, you know, one of those good all-around good events that was good to see. So that was only day one. This was a 2-day event. So day two, we had the top table on the entire time. So round 4, we had Mr. Michael Hamilton and Harry playing. So we already know Harry's list, but I'll pull up Michael's. It was really interesting to see how Michael played. Now, he was taking Grey Knights and Imperial Guard, and it was a savage list, I'm telling ya. When I get into what his list had, you'll see why it's so savage. It pretty much played the outside of line of sight shooting game with pretty much everything. So Michael's list had a Catachan detachment with a tank A, so he had a company commander as the warlord with Kurov's Aquila, then a tank commander which had the heavy bolter plasma cannons and the executioner cannon. 1, 2, 3 units of 10 guardsmen, 2 units of 5 scions, that's obviously to get scramblers, Sergeant Harker, then he's got 2 Manticores with full payload on their Hunter Killer Missile heavy bolters, and a Wyvern with a heavy bolt up, so a lot of non-line of sight shooting. Then he took a Grey Knight Patrol with a Chaplain, Grandmaster Voldis, who had Astral Aim. That's very key because Astral Aim allows you to shoot stuff outside of line of sight. He had a unit of 5 Terminators with Sanctuary. And then he had a 10-man unit of Paladins with Gate of Infinity, with 4 silencers in there, a couple of halberds, a couple of warding staves. So you can kind of see what his list was designed to do. It was designed to just sit back and shoot outside of line of sight and use the scions to score objectives. So Michael had taken deploy scramblers, priority targets, and while we stand, we fight, which is very much what you want to see from this list in terms of the objectives, and he maxed all of them against Harry. So Harry, in terms of his objectives, also took deploy scramblers, which he managed to score. He also scored 12 points on priority targets, but also 12 points on ancient machineries for the Necrons, which is one of their specific objectives. And then on primary, they both scored quite high. Harry scored 35 and Michael scored 40. So it was a really close game, and I thought Harry would have had it in this one, just because of his MSU, but because Hamilton was able to just fire so much non-line of sight shooting that just ignored everything that was on the table, and pretty much meant that he was able to delete units without even being able to see them or be outside of cover. It was just brutal, especially with those silencers, because they put out so many shots. But still, that was a really good game to see. Now, we didn't have Michael mic'd up because his voice was completely shot. So he was just trying to manage it, which is fine. But at least we had him on stream. And he ended up being on stream the next round. But I would say this is probably the best game to watch on stream of the event. And it'd definitely be a favorite of mine. Just because, you know, it was a high point scoring game despite the amount of casualties that Harry took. It just came down to the fewer points that Harry just wasn't able to score completely on his secondaries. So we missed 4 points on 3 points on ancient machineries, 3 points on priority targets, and 10 points on scramble on primary, but 5 points difference. So there's really where those 11 points were missed compared to Michael, which I would say Harry did very well against Michael, but Michael is a seasoned veteran tournament player. So he's been playing events for, 5-10 years. So maybe even longer. I don't know. I haven't known him that. I've known him since I was down at TerraCon in 2016. So, excuse me. But yeah, so it was a good game to watch. I really thoroughly enjoyed it. Being both previously having been a Grey Knight player, as well as a Necron player now as well. It's good to see how the two armies kind of clashed. Which is cool. And I also haven't got Stream Raiders timer up, but that'll be loading up shortly for everyone. Alright. So yeah. And then next we kind of have got a the final game, which is the top table for the end of the event, was Michael against Jason. Now, we had both of them on stream, so we already know what their lists were. But unfortunately, this game was a bit of a bloodbath. But the objectives don't really show it. So we had Jason took first turn. His objectives were engage on all fronts, spread the sickness, which he had taken on pretty much all weekend, and grind them down, which was a bit of a misstep. I feel like Jason, having taken grind them down, really wasn't a good choice against Michael's list. I would have been nice to see him take something maybe alternative, maybe the mission specific one, or even a different objective to score points, maybe line breaker, if he was able to take it. I'm not sure if that's in the same category as engage on all fronts, or even if he was able to maybe do something else, because he scored no points on it. So that was the real hard factor for him taking that objective. He wasn't actually able to capitalize and score any points on that, which is a bit rough. Whereas Michael had taken deploy scramblers whilst we stand, we fight, and thin their ranks. So thin their ranks was a good choice against the 78 plague zombies, against the poxwalkers, I should say. Because there's pretty much 7 points right there, and then the rest of the stuff, the 2 vehicles, or the 3 vehicles in Jason's list, were all worth a point towards that. So he was probably able to score a lot of points on thin their ranks because of it. While we stand, we fight for Michael's list is really an easy take, because he's able to score that quite easily with the higher point units, because that was his Terminator squad, his Paladins, and the Tank Commander. So, which is pretty a lot there to deal with. So pretty much, Jason did score 45 points on primary. Michael ended up scoring 40. Jason scored 8 points on not deploy scramblers, on engage on all fronts. As well as 15 points on spread the sickness. But Michael being able to score the 10 points on deploy scramblers, the 15 on while we stand we fight, and the 12 points on thin their ranks, it just shot forward. It was still only a 9-point difference, which is really interesting that both of the games between Michael and Jason, Michael and his other opponents, were still quite high scoring games, and they were a low margin, nothing above 11, at least in these ones. So it was, it was good to see that, even though there was a lot of death and a lot of casualties, there was a fair amount of, points scored, and it just shows that these players focused on playing to the mission rather than playing their opponents, which is what you should do in these situations. So I remember that Jason lost both Plague Burst Crawlers turn 1 from the Manticores, and that was just, really rough to see happen. Like, I really think that Jason probably should have taken, quite possibly bring it down. Should have been his objective, because the amount of vehicles that Michael had, there could have been, whilst yes, I think he only ended up killing one vehicle, that's still 2 points more than he would have scored on grind them down, right? So excuse me. But yeah, so that's kind of my thoughts around that. It was a good event. I would have done a lot more commentating and all that if my voice hadn't decided to cark it on me. So, and as you can probably hear, I am still recovering from that. But, it is what it is. You got to do what you can with what you get. But yeah, so it was a really good event. I absolutely loved covering it. I have got some other events coming up in the future that I'll be covering. So if you are wanting to see any more event coverage, I've put kind of a limit on it. So I'll be only covering one tournament a month, just so it's a bit more of a big event on the channel. And generally, as soon as I know when the event is that I'll be covering, I'll be hyping it up pretty much as possible as well. Because, who doesn't love seeing some live Warhammer 40k action? But yeah, so we're just going to keep on painting these Devastators and really get them done. So right now I'm almost done the second coat of the gold. So really the next color I'm going to do is going to be the metal on these guys, but I'm going to take a break from painting them after that, because the metal does take a really long time to do, the lead belcher across them, to get a solid coat. And I'm going to go to the Contemptor and I'm going to do the edge highlighting. So yeah. So I'm just using my character brush as I always do for this kind of stuff. I mean, if I could buy shares in Army Painter, I would. But it's it is kind of what it is. But I don't know, since I went to Army Painter brushes, I've just never really gone to anything else. in terms of their brushes. Like, I haven't used stuff like Artis Opus or Winsor & Newton's, and there's, yeah. I don't know, like, the price point and the army painters are good for the quality that they are. Dingwood, the wet palette that I am using is the Everlast Wet Palette. I've got the box sitting right beside me. So I've got it open from the bottom, but it's, if I go... So it's this guy right here. So you can get it, I'm pretty sure you can order it in through Combat Company, or maybe another provider. Let me see if I can find it for you, mate. Because it is by Redgrass Games. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it, at least here in Australia. Yes. So the Army Painter do stock it. It is at a decent, it's around $60. If you're able to, see if your local game store is able to order it in independently from the stockers themselves, because then it'll be a bit cheaper. I got mine for around $50 and my local game store orders it directly from the provider. But they also might have done it through another, let me see. They could have gotten it through Let's Play Games is another option. If I just search it up, let's go. Yeah, so Let's Play Games have got it. Let me just... yeah, so if your local stores, get stuff through Let's Play Games, they're able to order it in, and it should be around maybe $45-50 through them. So I can give you the links for it as well if you'd like, Dingwoot. But it's the one that I'm using. I'll pop the Let's Play Games link in there, just so you can see what I'm using. But, alright, we've got a Stream Raiders battle, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you everyone for the units. And let's get this going. Oh, Jimwook's getting the kills. Nice, thank you everyone for the help. And the winner goes to Dingwook, gets 10 gold and Cavalry gets 15. Congratulations. And now I get to collect some of these lovely things. Alright. So then we've got the next battle. So let's have a look. Ooh, seems like there's a lot of different units. I think I'm going to start off with the Rogue. So I can get these army cards straight off the rip to help us out, because there's a lot of enemies. So you can chuck down your units now, so you're able to get them in there and participate in the battle. Alright, so now I'm going to continue with the gold. Well, really it's the copper, I should be saying. But yeah, so that's the wet palette that I use. I find it's really good. It's about an A5 size dingwoot. There is an extra large one that is pretty much like an A4 size, but that's quite a bit more expensive. I would say that for us hobbyists, the standard size is more than enough. And you get 2 sponges as well as 50 of the water paper sheets to use with it. So I would say it's really good value. Yeah, for sure. Like, I would definitely say it's a good upgrade. I previously have never used a wet palette. Ugh, mincing my words there. I'd never used a wet palette before using this one. I used to use a tile, an old kitchen tile. So now that I'm using a wet palette, I really haven't gone back. It takes, it took me a little bit to figure out. Sometimes some paints will get really watery and it won't work as well. There are other times where they'll thin down to pretty much exactly where I want them to be, without even having to put water in myself. So it's pretty much one of those things that I recommend. Like, if you want to up your painting or you want to increase your space that you've got access to paint on, then I would say, yeah, it's definitely worth investing into one. Alright, so I'm just going to do a solid coat of gold on the chest, just to finish it off, and then that means the gold's done. Hey, Flame Scion, how's it going, mates? How you doing? Yeah, I'm going alright, man. Voice is feeling a little croaky, but that happens when you talk for hours and hours on end. But yeah, no, going alright. I slept in this morning, which I don't normally do on a Saturday, but it's well, at least the weather outside is it's overcast, it's cloudy, it's it is what it is. So trying to not sleep in is a bit hard without an alarm. And considering I didn't go to bed until 12:30 last night, so. But yeah. Yes, I am in the future. So. Man, I don't know. 16, 12. 25, 36, 18, 7. Do we buy Google stocks? Do we buy Google stocks asking for a mate? Oh. Oh, I don't know. Dingwoot. Flame Sign, got it. Thanks. Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. Hopefully they work out for you. I don't know. Chadwick, what's the opposite of lurking? Unlurking, de-lurking, anti-lurking? I would say no longer lurking. Would be the way I would say it. And stonks only go up. Yes. Yes, I mean, GameStop is a thing, right? I'm sure we've all seen that. Alright, so we got the second coat of gold done. Now we're going to do the most arduous coat. Or the most arduous second coat, I should say. Which is, oh, you might own some, Chadwick? Oh, spicy. I mean, it was pretty big news here in Australia, I'll be honest, around what was going on. It was like, well, hang on here. This is quite, interesting. But yeah, hope you're going well, Chadwick, and everything on your end of the world. Dingwood is, I got a couple of GME stocks, but Dogecoin is my main focus. I'm not giving financial advice. Yep, fair enough, fair enough. It's, oh, right, Chadwick. Jeez. Got in on the ground floor then, hey? Nah, my mum's a financial planner, so she's all over that kind of stuff. Chadwick, time in hands, make monk together. Make monk strong, yeah. So yeah, it's kind of from very early on in my life, I've known financial responsibility and being smart with your money has always been a bit of a focus of my family. So alright, let's get this metallics done, because once the metal's done for the second coat, then I'll go on to the Contemptor, do the edge highlighting there, and then come back and do the red on the Marines, and whatever colours need to be done on them as well to finish them off, at least for the base coats, and then it's on to the touch-ups. But yeah, so just chipping away at getting the second coats of colours done on these guys, which is always good because it means that you get a nice solid colour, particularly after not having it a black undercoat to do the base coat off of. It means that you're getting the solid colour you want, and it's not necessarily showing the underneath colour through. So yeah, it's good to get some decent progress done on these Marines, whilst it is taking a fair amount of time because these guys weren't already pre-base coated like the attack bikes were that I was working on previously. It just means that because I was out for a week, I'm probably not going to get them done by the end of the month, which sucks. But we'll give it a red hot crack, that's for sure. And just keep it going. So just hoping that I can't remember what units are actually up next. I know they're on the screen. It's a Razorback and 4 bikes. So that's actually not too bad. Not too bad to play catch up during April. Because the tank shouldn't take too much. Because I'll just undercoat it and airbrush it. To get the black done. And then use the airbrush to clean up the black if needed in certain spots. After that, and then the company veterans already have like washes and base coats on them, so it's just going to be literally finishing them off, doing weapons and a bunch of other things for them, so they shouldn't take too much to do. But it's one of those things that I'll be working on them every so often because I use them in my games quite consistently with the Death Watch. So if I'm able to get them finished, that means that that'll be another fully completed unit that sees the battlefield, which is always nice to see, because, you know, who doesn't like seeing units that are fully painted on the field? So yeah. Alright. So just going in, just applying these base coats and making sure that it's all nice and clean and crisp. And I've kind of got them everywhere I want, which I've just noticed there's an area where I've missed it. Which is also another good thing about doing the second coat, is because if I miss a spot, then I can hit it, come back and just touch it up again, and it's good to go. So, but yeah, how's hope everyone in chat is doing well and enjoying hanging out. Yeah, exactly, Dingwood. 2 thin coats, exactly. Always better to do thin coats more than one chunky coat. That's for sure. So yeah, it's awesome, Chadwick. Glad you're loving it, mate. It's you know, it's just pretty chill. So Dingwood, I should move my butt and get some stuff done, but meh, that will take effort. I mean, you know, if you're able to get hobby done whilst you're hanging out, that's always a bonus. You know, that's something that I try and encourage here on the channel, is that if you're hanging out and you're a hobbyist yourself, hang out and just get hobbying done. And Chadwick, such a chill vibe. Love hearing you talk about the different units and what they do. Yeah, for sure. So the unit I'm currently working on is a heavy weapons unit. So they bring all the big guns to bear. So they bring like rocket launchers, your heavy machine guns, laser cannons, stuff like that. And these guys are magnetized, so what that means is that I can swap out what they actually are equipped with between games if I'm wanting to use different stuff. Which is something I didn't do very early on in my hobby career, and am kind of paying for now by doing these. But yeah, it's, you know, it's really cool that, you know, whilst magnetizing, yes, does take some extra work, I reckon it does save you a lot of money in the long run. In terms of you not having to buy so many models just to fulfill one role or another. So going forward, it's like a lot of my units will be magnetized where possible. And if not, then, you know, it is what it is, and I'll choose the loadout that I want. But if I can magnetize it so that I'm, you know, got that versatility of choice, that's always going to work out better. At least in my opinion, because it saves you money in the long run. Alright, so we'll start up the top here. Just get that second coat of metal down. But yeah, so just getting it down now. Obviously, I'll need to go through, and after doing all the base coats, I'll go through and do touch-ups, and that shouldn't take too long of a process. So because I am, you know, painting these guys pretty cleanly to start with, and I know how to do it in such an order that to minimize the amount of cleanup work I have to do post base coats. Because there is a method to the madness. Kavarak, that's one thing I like, having just built my new Dreadnought. GW have designed it so the main weapon slots in, and they're given enough parts to have the attachment points for both guns, so you can switch out without needing to magnetize. Pretty sure I'll be able to do the wrist mounted guns switchable without magnets as well. Oh, that's awesome. Is that on the Redemptor Dreadnought, Kavarak? Because I know you are building up Dark Angels from memory. Yeah, nice. So, I'm glad that they've started to do that, though, because, you know, it always sucks when you buy, like, a $60, $70, $80 kit, or in our case here in Australia, $100, $120, $140 kit, and, you know, you're not able to get, you know, full value for money out of it, because, you know, you've got to use magnets to do it, or you've got to use other methods. But now that they've started doing it with some of the bigger vehicles, it's good to see that you're able to just slot in, slot out, and do it that way. Dingwoot, I have a Dreadnought from 1993 on my bench, still waiting for my skills to improve. Oh, you'll get there, brother. You'll get there. That's, you know, that's one good thing about this hobby, is that you're always able to go back and improve and add to your repertoire of techniques and improve your paint schemes on things. And, you know, like I've got an entire Lord of the Rings dwarf army that I'm waiting to go back and paint up, that I want to clean up all the mold lines on, respray, repaint. So, and that's probably going to be a project whilst I continue working on Space Marines next year. So, there's always a lot of units and models to work on, that's for sure. So, but Kavrak saying, being Dark Angels though, why would he use anything other than plasma weapons? This is true. You know, Dark Angels are the plasma focused army of the Space Marines. It's very interesting how each kind of army has its own focus of weapons. Like, you know, or units. Like, White Scars are very much bikes and fast units. You know, Salamander's very much fire and multi-melters and melter weapons and all that kind of stuff. Dingroot, I'm going to try and keep the pile of plastic to a minimum in space. In my space, I have seen some things. Yeah, dude, keeping your pile of grey plastic down is huge. Like, I've got, like, I'm sure you've probably seen, I've got a ton of boxes on this side of me that have got kits in there that I still need to build and work on. So it's kind of one of those things where I'm just like, I'll get to it at some point, and you know, I just need to keep on going and working on my own progress and my own speed and what I'm wanting to work on and get it done. No, I haven't, Dingwoot. I have not seen his video for his pile of shame. But yeah, I've got a decent pile of shame, pile of grey plastic sitting there. Hence why I do the war on grey plastic every year. I try and get through a list of models and armies to get stuff done. Oh goodness, yeah. I bet. So yeah, but I'm, you know, as you can see on screen, I've got my list off to the side in terms of what I'm working on and when you know, the order of which I'm working it on, because, you know, that's how I do it, is that I alternate it, I change it up, I make sure I'm working on a couple of projects simultaneously, make sure, you know, it helps keep it fresh for me. It means that if I get bogged down into something and I want to change things up, like doing all this metal, like, you know, last night, right, I did the metal on this guy, on these, and I'm like, you know what, I'm sick of doing the Devastators right now. I'm going to swap off and I'm going to, you know, go and work on another unit, which I was able to, you know, get the Necrons to a decent point, you know, and I'm now finished with the Necrons Warriors for that block of 5. And that actually takes me to halfway through all my Necron Warriors. But it takes me, you know, over halfway of what I've got already assembled and undercoated. So, you know, I find that diversity in terms of working on projects is helpful to also keep your interest in the hobby. Because if you're constantly just working on the same Space Marines all the time, you find points where you actually get burnt out on your painting. And you're like, I don't want to just paint Marines again. So that's why I've been really enjoying adding in the Necrons into my painting. And, you know, every time, you know, whilst it might take me a couple of sessions to finish off the Necron Warriors or, you know, the models that I'm doing for the Necrons at that point, you know, it's that sense of accomplishment that I'm chipping away at an army that's just sitting there doing nothing. Getting it ready for me to be able to play a game with it, and use it, whilst also, you know, getting through more units. And whilst I might only do maybe 1 or 2 colors per stream, or 1 or 2 steps, like every time, you know, every stream I do a step, you know, I end up finishing a unit maybe in 2 weeks. Because, you know, that's, you know, 4 streams and the Necrons don't take too long to paint. So that's just one of those things. And that's Dingwoot. That's why I don't think I'll ever build an army. I enjoy changing things up, doing things different. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, probably over time you'll end up with a collection of models that you can put together to use as an army. But, you know, if you enjoy the hobby just for the painting and building and collecting, then all power to you, man. You know, there are definitely people that are like that who just enjoy the building and the painting and the arts, you know, the artistic, creative side of it. Whereas for me, I'm an all-round hobbyist. I enjoy building, I enjoy painting, I enjoy playing. You know, I think the only part that I'm not as big on at the moment is lore and the background and the, you know, there is some hobby stuff that I don't do. Like, I'm not a big fan of using green stuff or some of those other kind of bigger techniques that I'm not, you know, well versed in. Latuin09 on YouTube. Okay, I'll have a look. I'll check it out. Yeah, right. I'll have to have a look. So yeah, you know, it's just one of those things where, you know, everyone enjoys. Yeah, for sure, for sure. So I'm just, you know, pretty much almost done the metal. Kavarak, I've been in the hobby since 96 and have one fully painted army, which is Dark Angels. Pretty sure what I have painted is about 1750 points, which I took to my second Terracon. The only other thing I have that's completely painted is one single unit of 15 High Elf Swordmasters, which is the first unit I ever completed. Yeah. Oh, I've got a full 6,000 point army of High Elves from 8th edition Fantasy sitting in a case that I have hardly painted, hardly touched in, and I'm telling you, years. I really, when I got into Fantasy, I really enjoyed it. Because it was something different. It wasn't skirmish, it wasn't, you know, like battalion-sized battles like 40k. It was proper rank and file army style games, and it was just that difference of scale. Whilst yes, it was, you know, expensive to get into with the amount of models you needed, I think I enjoyed the variety aspect of being able to have like blocks of infantry and monsters and all that kind of stuff, where it was, you know, you had to be tactical with how you're moving things and, you know, think about what you're doing and be very calculated. I enjoy the calculated element of it. Yeah, oh, and, you know, Kavarak, you know, absolutely hate painting part of the hobby, though. I love having painted units, but don't find it easy or relaxing to get them painted. Yeah, 100%. In saying that, looking forward to painting these new Dark Angels models once I replenish my paint stocks and probably some brushes too. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Like, I think if you find that there's a specific part of your painting that you're not enjoying, like say you don't enjoy doing the base coating, right? Because you're doing it hand painted for the green, get an airbrush or get, you know, rattle can to do the undercoat. It makes things so much easier, particularly Dark Angels. That way you've got that green down, and then you're just doing effectively what I'm doing, is doing all the other colors. That way it makes it a bit quicker, and you're not just stuck on the same process time and time again. I mean, that's what really pushed me to get an airbrush, was I was just sick of undercoating Marines by hand. So alright, so we've got a Stream Raiders battle about to happen, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't got your last units down, get them down now. Got about 30 seconds. And then what I'm going to do after that Stream Raiders battle, I'm going to take a quick short break, go to the bathroom, clean my head a bit, because, you know, still not being 100%. And such, but yeah. Alright, so Stream Raiders is ready to go. Let's head over to that. Alright, thank you everyone for the units. Let's get the battle going. Oh, are we going to get it? I think we might, just. Oh no! I'm gonna have the same issue Red Belly was having last night. Ah! Wow, wow. Alright. So I'm going to try that one again. But what we're going to do is I want everyone to deploy in purple. So deploy around the red in the middle. Alright, let's get a something that's going to be a bit beefy. I get the war beast out as well, so if anything gets to hit here, effectively, it'll mean that we can get some stuff out. But yeah, if we can get some rogues down to get the army cards as well in the blue, and then get everyone else around this red, it'll mean that they can't spawn epics, is what we want to stop them doing. Alright. So, I'm going to be right back in a second, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty, I am back, and thank you everyone for the epics already. Alright. So now I'm up to the sergeant, doing the medal on the sergeant. Alright. I'm just going to keep on chipping away at these guys, getting it done. But yeah, hopefully I can get... oh, excuse me. These guys kind of done with their base coats today is kind of the goal, which I should be able to get done, including second coats of everything that I need to do. And then from there, if I'm able to get the edge highlighting done on the Mortis Contemptor, get that guy finished, that means next week's streams will just be focused on getting the Devastators done, whilst also working on the new Necron unit to spice it up a bit. is kind of that game plan. Now, there was that little section that I had missed up the back here that I want to do that second coat on. There we go. But yeah, so I reckon I might end up being a bit behind on the War and Grey Plastic because of doing the having to paint these guys fully from start, whereas it's not like a single model or vehicle or anything like that. But you know, I've got to do it. I've got to get it done. So it's just gonna be a chip away job. If I get these first 3 guys done, that means the bolter guy is going to be really easy to do. And I already have an idea of what I'm going to do for the Deathwatch Razorback, so that's going to be pretty simple and straightforward. And then the bikes shouldn't take too much work to get them fully painted. So it'll just be one of those things where next month's going to be a bit of a push on painting, which is always good to see. And then at some point, I want to sit down and do the basing on the Necrons. Probably once I get the second unit the second unit of Warriors actually completed. Because then once I get them done, that actually means that I've got enough troops to play a full game with them. So, which would be nice. Like, it'd be nice to be able to get some games in with the Necrons and actually see them out on the table and start getting some games in with them. To give the Marines a bit of a break and, yeah. Just continue to work through getting stuff done and have fun with it. You know, have fun learning a new army, because I haven't played a new army in so many years. Because even though I did start playing Deathwatch kind of towards the back end of 7th, I really didn't actually play the Codex until kind of the back end of 8th, start of 9th. But yeah, I do enjoy Deathwatch. They are a nice take on the Marines, and they've got some versatility. But yeah, they kind of suffer from being like, as all Marines are at the moment. It's either you take the Primera stuff or the new stuff to get all the stratagem support, or you don't get much stratagem support and you have to build your list around not having it. Whereas the good thing about the Deathwatch, I find, is because they've got the special issue ammo, and generally the firstborn Marines, for the most part, are the ones that have got access to it. That actually offsets that, which is why I'm enjoying playing the Deathwatch as Deathwatch at the moment instead of anything else, because they still have something interesting going for them, and it's not, you know, Primaris focused. So yeah, I've really been enjoying that aspect of them, and I think I'll continue to play them as we keep on going into the edition, and as more armies come out and everything. It'll be interesting to see how the Deathwatch go, particularly against some of the new Xenos stuff. You know, like Drukhari that have come out this weekend, and a bunch of other things. So but we'll see. We'll see. almost done doing the backpack, metallics on the backpack for the sergeant. Just have it all nice and cleaned up. Not cleaned up, sorry, nice and solid colour on there as well. I'll do the cleaning up at some point soon. But yeah, I find it's always good just getting progress done as well, and just seeing stuff progress. Like, the more stuff that I've got painted in my cases, like, the more it means that I've got stuff to be able to field on the stream. Because I like fielding stuff that's, you know, mainly painted. My kind of minimum standard for fielding stuff on stream is that it's either undercoated or base coated. So that's kind of what I hold for myself and my viewers as well. When, you know, you guys tune in to watch live games or at events, I try to maintain that standard on stream. Alright, so I need some more metal out here in a second, which is fine. Go. Alrighty. Yeah. So next month we'll have another Grim Dave event that I'll be covering as well, which will be good. Because obviously I covered CoastCon for March. I'll be covering Grim Dave in April, and probably Grim Dave again in May. More than likely. We'll see if anyone decides to get in touch with me for May, but I'm going to try and only keep it local here until June, because I'm quite likely to be heading out to TerraCon to cover part of TerraCon. So I won't be covering the top tables, more than likely, which is fine. I don't mind that. I'd rather bring you guys fun, enjoyable games with quality people, and for fun, enjoyable matches that are going to be good, and you know, it's going to be fun compared to the top tables. So it should be fun. So that's a couple of months out. Still got to lock down all the details for that, but it's more than likely going to happen. I've been looking at what it's going to cost to be able to do that, so we'll see how it all goes. But yeah. So should be good. Like I actually do quite enjoy doing the commentating side of things for events. You know, I don't think that just big events should be covered, which is quite the norm in 40k at the moment. I think there's definitely a place for smaller events to be covered, with quality shoutcasting and commentating. So that's kind of what's encouraged me to go ahead and actually do it, was because I don't think there's enough of it. Yeah, so I'm just up to the second heavy bolter, which is meaning that I'm almost done doing all the metal, and it means that I can put these guys to the side for a minute and work on the Contemptor. So yeah. Alright, the backpack's pretty much done. Hey, Cass, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. How's your day been? I know it's probably Friday night for you. So how's your day? Awesome. Yeah, nah, good to hear, man. Good to hear that you've had a good day and that you had me on whilst I was streaming last night, or it would have been in the morning for you. And I'm back at it again. Hey, thanks, Dingwoot. So I'm still, you know, working on these Devastators and just getting the second coat of particular colors done. I'm just working on the metal at the moment with Lead Belcher for the second coat, because it is, Cuss, it is. As you can see, my list up in the kind of mid right of the screen, you'll see my list of units that are coming up next, and there are 10 other units after these two, and that's not even halfway through the list. So I've got a hobby journal that I keep, that I've got the list of everything that I'm trying to work on. So I'm trying to get 2 units done a month, and as we were saying last night, I try and only work on at most 5 models at once, unless it's got, well, at least for a unit, unless there's something in particular that I'm working on where I reckon I've got the capacity to work on more to get it done. So So right now I'm just trying to get the this metal done, which should be good, and then I'm going to transition over to doing the Contemptor, getting the highlighting done on him, and then I've just got to add flocking to his base, and then that's pretty much him done, which is nice. I did the black wash on him last night, so it's yeah, it feels good to make a lot of progress. So yeah, have you got anything planned for your weekend, Cuss? Anything hobby related you're going to be working on? But yeah, so just got the heavy bolter to do after I finish the main body of the Marine, which he is now done. Alright, so now we're up to the heavy bolter. We're just going to be doing the exact same thing we did on the other one, just applying that second coat of lead belch to get it all nice and solid. So yeah, awesome. Getting some cracking on the building and the painting on your tournament list. Nice. It's always good to, you know, if you've got time for a full weekend hobby sesh, it's absolutely awesome. So I find more nowadays that I actually spend pretty much whenever I'm streaming, that's my hobby time. Because I'm working on the stream outside of, you know, outside of it, that I actually don't get much of a chance to hobby otherwise. But, you know, that's, you know, as a hobby content creator, that's not such a bad thing. Because it means that I'm constantly hobbying here. And you guys are constantly seeing the progress work that I'm making. That's taking the time, and you know, yeah. Or you might find that the meta will take a little bit to figure out. So but yeah, I know that at least for us here in Australia, that the meta still is kind of quite interesting. I was listening to a podcast yesterday, and I was saying how just in general, the meta is actually tending towards a lot more of mortal wound damage units nowadays. Yeah, Tabletop Simulator is still going strong. So, you know, the thing is though with Tabletop Simulator is that people are running stuff that they want to run, that they know is good. They mightn't necessarily own the models for. So that's also the thing, is that you've got to think about if people are playing, you know, with stuff that they don't own, that it's going to take them time to purchase it, build it, paint it up, to be able to use it at events. So there is going to be that time lag. So And I'm the same, Kavarak. I don't chase the meta either. Because it constantly changes. I mean, if my army, I'm able to build a, you know, with the models that I've already got, if I'm able to build a meta style list, then sure, I'll go ahead and do it. But if I don't, then, yeah, denser terrain seems to be a thing. Sorry, I've just got a message from Myth Kavarak that you'd know. But yeah, no, terrain is definitely a big thing now. Like, it is a lot denser, I have noticed as well. So... so yeah. Yeah, and that's fair, Cuss. Like, you always want to be kind of tweaking your list and tweaking what you're playing so that you are, you know, playing the best that you can with what you own. Like, that's completely fine. It's, I think what Kavarak's talking about in terms of meta chasing is constantly buying the latest and greatest army. So... I think that's more what Kavarak's talking about. But Kavarak's also saying, Crusade style of player really appeals to me because it's more about fluff than meta. Trying to get some people here keen, but getting results, mixed results, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know. I think if I would love to see a Crusade League at Jolt, at my local game store, I honestly would. But again, like, controlling that across 50 to 70 players is a bit hard to do in that regard. So, I mean, I was planning on running Crusade events, but because at the local store, the competitive TO decided to go, okay, cool, I'm going to run competitive events pretty much every month of the year. Not ITC, though. So, casually competitive, I should say. It's like, oh, okay, there's a 40k event every month. Yep, cool, that's fine. So yeah. Cast, I did try to chase the meta in 8th, but found that doesn't get you anywhere except it costs you money. Yeah, exactly. Unless you're like, you know, even if you look at the big players like Nick Natavai, Richard Siegler, like all those guys, generally they'll stick with the same factions that they already own. And so they will just purchase what they need to tweak their list for the meta style list for that army, and you know, they do really well with it because they just practice that they know the army that well. So, but also I know that they do also share armies between each other and help each other out with models and such, so there's also that aspect to it as well. So, like, personally, I've never played anything competitively other than Marines, so I've just chased the Marine meta with what I own. I was one of those bad guys during 7th edition with the Marine Codex that played Centurion Star when that was a thing. Yes, and I was a very bad man. Very, very bad man. doing that. I made some people rage. It was funny. But I didn't. The event that I ran it at before the new Marine Codex was I only went 3 and 2 and came 10th. And I was one of 2 Cent Stars at the event, and the other one had more Centurions than me, and only ended up 12th, 2 spots behind me. So I was like, you know, whilst yes, I did practice a ton with the list and tweak it and get to the point where I was happy with it, you know, there were some matchups that I just ran into that just weren't good. And then we got a Stream Raiders battle. So I'm going to just quickly finish off this section that I'm on. And then we'll jump into doing that. So I just want to finish up this kind of back area first. And then we'll jump into Stream Raiders. Alright, everyone? So... just kind of applying the metal on those areas nice and solidly. Cool. Wash out the brush. 31 units on the battlefield. Thank you everybody for the help with this one. Let's get it going. And there's a lot defending, which is awesome to see. Alright, let's get the battle going. And we won! Well done, everyone. And Dingwoo gets the Buster Scroll. Well done. Alright. This is the unknown one. Zombie Warriors by looks. So we'll see how this goes. So everyone start getting units down. Cuz I've done a lot of talking with some of the English WTC boys and decided on a list to fit my playstyle. Yeah, that's also an important thing, is making sure that you find a list that fits your style of play. Like, for me, I very much would rather have units survive on the table than go out and kill. Because I think the game very much now is about having stuff left on the table at the end of turn 5 and being able to score objectives consistently and being tough like that. That's my play style, is I'm more of an anvil player. Which I've learnt over time, which is, you know, obviously kind of why I've gravitated towards Necrons, because they do kind of fulfill that role, and Marines do it as well, to an extent. And being able to build a Marine list and being able to be an anvil is also kind of that element as well. But yeah, like, I think playstyle and how an army plays definitely should come into your list build and what you're wanting to play and how you're wanting to play it. Just makes things a lot easier. Alrighty. Thank you for the epic mage Pronto heal. Hope you're enjoying the stream as well, my friend. Alright. So that is all the metal done on the Devastators. So, time to transition over to doing the Contemptor. Oh, except there's one more bit of metal that I've got to do on this guy. So I'll quickly do that. We've got the paint sitting here, so...
Riddle me this now and riddle me that. Does anyone really know the mind of the bat? I live in the shadows, I work in the shade. I keep in a mask, a lonely keeper's crusade. Can you tell me I'm not insane? Sometimes I get this feeling about the law I'm dealing. Am I letting my reason wane? Have I been forsaken?
Alright, now.
This path I've taken. Check my head, I guess the joke's on
Some more metal to do on just this area.
I'm not laughing at the irony.
Hey, Radically Bad, how's it going?
So riddle me this
Hope you're doing well, mates. I'm just doing some physics homework whilst watching, then I'll paint Ultramarine and Salt Intercessor after. Awesome, brother, awesome. Hopefully you're able to get through your homework pretty quickly and it's not too hard for you.
wherever you're going, whatever you do.
So, glad you're able to hang out in the background as well, brother. It's always appreciated.
Poison the ivy with your crocodile tears. We're climbing the vines to the heart of your fears. Can you tell me how
Alright,
something changed? The rewards are zero, 'cause I ain't no hero. Do you know it when you go strange? Is your taunting true? Am I as crazy as you? Check my head, I guess the joke's on me.
So just doing the little piping around the where the connection is to the magnet, just so then it looks in place. And then I forgot to do that part on the fist. It should be good. We'll see how that comes up. If I have to do a bit more, then that's fine. Radical Bad, there's 2 assignments. I'm doing the first, then break, then the second. Yeah, fair enough, man, fair enough. You know, you've always got to pace yourself with those kind of things, then take your time. Alright. So now, we're going to be getting into the edge highlighting on the Contemptor. It's absolutely awesome. And Discord has just been blowing up on my phone. Lovely. But yeah, so we'll be doing whoa, alright. Looks like this guy separated a fair amount. There's not too much left in this pot anyway. Where is my Lamian medium? I'm going to drop some Lamian medium into the pot so that I can kind of keep it alive a little bit. There we go. Drop here onto there. Cool beans. So then this will hopefully break up all the sediment that's down below. And yeah. Yeah, there we go. That's what we want. Now, it does seem to be a bit watery. That means there's probably not too much left. So that means time to crack open the second pot. Thank you, Mr. Z, for the epic archer. Alright. So now, hopefully that'll hold itself. And then... I'm just going to transplant what's left into a new pot, which there really actually wasn't much left. Cool. So then I can get a little bit more watery in there just to break it up. And just clean up underneath, as I try to always do, because it always sucks getting the paint up in that top rim. And then there we go. Alright, hopefully there we go. Cool. Yeah, awesome. Glad that you ended up picking up the command box radically bad. That's sick. That'll get you the rules and a whole bunch of new minis. Alright, where's my insane detail brush? Right in front of me. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome, Radically Bad. Glad that you're slowly expanding your Marines. Alright. So I'm going to do this technique of edge highlighting with this one, where I use the side of the brush instead of the tip. At least on this part of the miniature, because I'm going to be able to control it a lot easier, and it'll provide a nice sleek line as well. Yeah, that's nice and crisp. Exactly what you want to see. Now look at that. Look at how crisp that is. That's clean. I like this. Like that, I think I'll paint them as Ultramarines to match my recruit box. But can't decide on the highlight color for Citadel Crag Blue. Calgar Blue is too bright. Feels strange to me. Yeah. I mean, for my blue, what I use a Latok blue as my edge highlight color, which I'm using right now. So, like, I find that you can be a bit brighter with your edge highlighting than you think. Tested a bit with half and half Macragge Blue and got some decent results. Yeah, nice. That then, you know, the only thing you've got to be careful then is that mix up an entire pot of it. So then you've got the exact same color consistently for your army to use for edge highlighting. Otherwise, you might run into what I've run into previously, where you get kind of different tones and a whole bunch of different things along that line because you've done it in that manner. I guess the Citadel Macragge Blue is a lot darker than it used to be and is strange for me because I'm used to the bright old version. Yeah, that's fair enough. Like, personally, I prefer darker blues anyway. Hence why I went more with a, Cantor Blue. Because I was already using Regal Blue. Which is effectively what the new version of it is. So, you know, it just made sense to just keep on going. Sure, there was a little bit of color difference. But, you know, I'd rather keep consistency in the color palette than as close as I can, then change it up. So, like, I use a Latok for my on my whatchamacallit, on my Cantor Blue, which is what I'm doing right now. So you can see that it pops quite nicely, but also it's not like a massive, like, really bright blue either. It's kind of that sky blue color. So that's kind of, if I pull that, if it decides it wants to focus, that's what it kind of looks like. Which is what I like the look of, but everyone's got their own taste. So, you know, if you're not a big fan of the brighter highlight, then, you know, feel free to pick another color. Like, I'm sure that there's going to be a color that'll suit what you're trying to do, and you'll be happy with that. So, for now, since I'm torn between so many choices, I've just done Macragge with non-oil recesses shading, and it looks really cool, but want to eventually get it highlighted. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Like, if you're just at a point where you're just trying to figure out your next step, I would say work on getting everything to that stage before the highlighting first, and don't really agonize over the highlighting until you're, you know, you've gotten everything that you've got ready to go for the edge highlighting. That'd be, you know, kind of my way of doing it. So, yeah, you'll figure it out, man. Figure out how you want to do it and just execute it.
Well, winter comes, when life is frozen, when the moors they hide away under the snow, fingers of doom will clutch the chosen. All beasts will shiver from the lion to the crow.
But yeah,
When winter comes,
so I don't have too much edge highlighting left to go on the missile rack, or the cyclone missile launcher.
wailing of the wolves fades with the sun. The wilds are numb, the days are darkest. The fates of many cease to
So
rest on only one.
then I've got the just a little bit on the las cannons, and then we can get onto the body. Yeah, edge highlighting just takes time, but when done right and when done well, it looks really good. Cool. So that is now fully highlighted to a point where I'm happy with it. So as you can see, it adds a nice defining factor, that lighter blue. And just really makes the darker blue pop, which is awesome. And as I was saying, there's not much to do on the las cannons, just the small pieces around here that I'm hitting. So as you can see, once that focuses, you can see it's very, very light on that blue, but it adds just so much depth to it. Which is awesome. So I'm almost done this las cannon arm as well. And there we go. Cool. So that's 2 las cannon arms, that's the top rack. Now we get to do the main body of the Contemptor. So I'm going to follow the exact same technique that I've been doing for as much of it as I can. So just using the side of the brush rather than using the tip to be able to hit it. So this technique is already paying dividends. Like, as you can see on there, you're going to see how fine that edge highlighting is, but it pops just so nicely. So I'm super stoked that this is coming up really awesomely. Oh, I didn't realize that. Looks like the leg's a bit loose on that side, so I'm going to have to get in there with some super glue. Alright. Oh, that's a bit thick. Not the biggest fan of doing it like there. So just taking some time to get this edge highlighting done right. Now some spots, just because of the sculpt, will be a bit thicker, unfortunately, with this technique. But that's okay. Yeah, because of this section I'm going to have to do the tip of the brush, which is fine. Like, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Just got to control it. Cool. So, you can already see that highlighting adds just so much depth to it. And this is the first time I'm doing edge highlighting like this on a decent sized vehicle. And I'm absolutely loving it. It's coming out awesome. So, time to do the other arm. Alright, so I just decided to... radically bad? No, I don't recess shade. I just do standard shading, personally. I tend not to do recess shading on the armor. I'm just not a fan of that technique, personally, in terms of Marines. Or how I like my Marines to look. So, yeah. That's why I tend not to. I tend to just opt for the edge highlight to get that look going. And then we got another Stream Raiders battle that's just popped up, ready to go. So I'll just finish this section. Nice. Alright. Thank you everyone for the units. Let's go over to the battle. Let's go. Oh jeez, everyone's like ready to slay all these zombies. That there's like half dozen that are just getting pounded from range. Thank you everyone for the assists. And the winner goes to Dingwoo. Congratulations on the 3 Rogue Scrolls. Alrighty. So now we're going to go for the gold chest. Alright, what do I want to pop down? I reckon let's go with a warrior. So, drop down units, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get the battle keeping on going. Hope everyone is enjoying hanging out with us today, getting some hobbying done. And, yeah. Still going to be live for a couple of hours. It's only 12:30, so probably going to go for another, you know, at least another 2 hours, more than likely. We'll see. Alright, so then... and just very carefully getting the edge highlighting done on the Contemptor body itself. Yeah, nah, it's all good. It is all good, radically bad. Glad to hear that you're enjoying hanging out. Yes, cuss. Yes. Like, I personally... So, my Death Watch are black, and I edge highlight them with Dark Reaper. So, 100%. I would say this technique would work with that for sure. So I do that myself on my Death Watch. And if they weren't downstairs in my other case, then I would be able to pull them out and show you. Cool, so that's the other shoulder done. Alright, so... So, I know this process is taking time, chat, but, you know, it doesn't yield immediately results, but the thing is, because it is a larger model, there is a lot of blue to do the edge highlighting on. So... Yep, still going, Chiefs. I'm still going. How's Grim Dave going for you so far, Chief? I know you're out there playing today. Cast, I've seen a lot of people advocating Eshin Grey and wash and null oil, then a highlight on top of that. Yeah, like, I mean, for me, if you've seen how I've done my Necron guns, what I do is I do Runefang Steel, 1 to 2 coats of null oil to get it really dark. So like that on the gun. So the 1 coat's on the front and kind of the bottom housing. The 2 coats is on everything else. So we'll see. You know, you can see how dark that does get. But yeah. Lost first round, 14-12 to Death Watch. Score was 65-59. Yeah, right. That's crazy. Dave must have changed up his point scoring system since I was there last time. Yeah, I'm just doing the edge highlighting on the Contemptor now, Chase. I was able to get the wash done on it last night. Now, just spending some time getting the edge highlighting done on it. So, how many people are there also at Grim Dave today? I didn't see too many were going for the event. I'd like to know how many people were there, if you don't mind, that are playing. Jeez, 22 players. Right. That's good to see. So... Thanks, Dingwoot. Alrighty, so just getting around this housing on the back as well. Cool. So it's just taking a bit of time to get these edge highlights done. But as you can see, it is adding so much depth already. Even just the 4 kind of panels that I've done is just adding a lot of detail to it, which I'm absolutely loving. Oh, that's awesome, Dingwoot, that you finally got your base all sorted to dry and then paint. Awesome. Awesome to hear that, man.
I was born a simple man, educated just to fight. But I got soul, I got conviction, and a will to put things right. We lived our lives on grinding metal. For our people we have bled. We take comfort in the rhythm of machine guns spitting lead. Grind for the dawn, backbone and brawn. Survive as the last of our kind. 'Cause the way out is through, kickbacks long overdue. Grab your gear, grab your gun, join the grind.
Cool. So that's the back of the Contemptor now done. And you can see how crisp that looks. Like, I'm super stoked with how this is coming up. Now to do the main torso. Alright, Chief. 2 guards, 6 Necrons, 1 Death Watch, 1 Death Guard, 2 Eldar, 1 Nids, 1 Custodes, 1 Eldar, 1 Dark Angels. Jeez, that's a lot of Necrons in the meta. That's insane. There weren't that many last time. I wonder if they've just all kind of come out from the woodwork for it. And then you've got your Marines as well. Oh, yep, no, that's not surprising that there's a double Satan and Silent King list. That's been kicking around. So now I'm just going through on the torso and just adding the edge highlighting, so I'm just taking some time to get it looking good. Alrighty. So we're just slowly chipping away at it, chat. So, I've still got a little bit of edge highlighting to do around the top, but I'm just following this line kind of along and around right now. So we're just slowly working it around.
Stand side by side, carry all as one, we can bear this weight. Stand side by side, we won't come undone, for the hands that will carry us home are touched by fate.
So I'm just slowly working my way around. So this Laytok Blue is getting quite watered down now because of the wet palette. So I'm going to need to add some more paint to it soon. But because this line on the center of the chest is quite hard to get to, just in general, I'm going to have to do it old school. And use the tip of the blade, of the brush, I should say, not the blade, but the tip of the brush instead of the side to get this line. But as you can see, so it's taken some time to get these edge highlightings done. I know that, you know, it's probably a bit monotonous and boring to watch. But I'm sure you're all enjoying the chill aspect of it. Just hanging out. So I'll get some more Laytok Blue out so it's nice and fresh. Now I'm just gonna go over this kind of top cowling piece, just kind of hitting those top elements of it. And then also hitting around this bottom area near the head. I'm just adding a bit of detail to the top of the helmet on the Contemptor himself. So there's a couple of more spots that I can hit with it, which is just on the sides. Cool. So we've gotten pretty much the top of the torso done. So you can kind of see where those edge highlights are just making it pop really nicely. Now I've got to do the small part under there and just some probably around that bottom line there as well. And then we can start to move down onto the legs and the smaller panels and just really get that all squared away as well. Alright, so we're slowly getting there, chat. We're slowly getting through and getting the edge highlighting done on the Contemptor, which is awesome. But if I can get the Contemptor done for the month, then I'm kind of happy, because this guy really doesn't take much work to get done, but it takes a lot of time to get the edge highlighting right on him. But it's been awesome to get it done. Cool. Alright. So that's the entire top half of the body done for the Contemptor and the edge highlighting. Now this is where it's going to go a bit quicker, is because the legs have got a lot less panel work compared to the torso. Alrighty. Hey, Skeletal Steve! How's it going, mate? I'm doing well. How about yourself? What's been happening? Just currently working on the edge highlighting of a Contemptor. Thanks, man. Like, that's... You can see the edge highlighting really starting to pop on it, which is awesome. Absolutely loving it. They've even done some of the back vents and such as well. So, it's a bit of a process to get the edge highlighting right on this guy, but I'm getting it there. It's taking some time though, so... Also seeing that you've gotten back into streaming, brother. Glad to see that. How's it all been going for you? Alrighty, so I've just got kind of the legs, 2 top leg pieces, and then the bottom of the legs to go and get it all, get this guy finished in terms of the edge highlighting. So yeah. Yeah, nice, nice. Guessing they're orange and black. So just going through, doing the edge highlighting on the Contemptor here. It's just taken, you know, as I said, taking some time. But the look that it's achieving, I'd say it's well worth the time. So let's do a quick tease out of all the blue in the detail brush. So close. Tallight Ochre and Death Guard green with a wash of Reichland Flesh. Has gold icons using tech color, Tesseract glow for the weapons. Even trying to write backstory. Yeah, nice, man, nice. Alright. I'm going to swap over to Stream Raiders. Thank you, everyone, for the units. And let's get to the battle. Alright, so just that left flank left. 3 left. Oh, we do, Skeleton Steve, we do. And we got him. Well done to Llama Me Let Me Go. Llama Me Let Me Go. Oh, I get it now. For the most kills, most assists. And Dingwoot and Cavaret, congrats on the 200 gold and the Flying Rogue Scrolls. Alrighty. And the next one up. Alright, I reckon. I'm going to go with a Paladin for this one. So chuck down your units, ladies and gentlemen, and let's win this battle. And as we do, I'm going to keep on painting this Contemptor. So just slowly chipping away, getting the edge highlighting done. So Skeletal Steve, I'm so jealous how neat you keep your space. Mine always gets hit by a tornado with minis and projects and such. Oh, dude, it takes time. I probably once a month do what I call is resetting the mechanism. If you're familiar with the Independent Characters podcast, they will talk about that technique. But pretty much what it is where you reset your space. You reset your hobby space and you make sure you've only got what you need out to do the projects that you're working on. So, which is what I do. Like, what you're actually seeing here is this, and my table's like here. If I show you on this cam, you can see that I've got paints all here. Well, you can't actually see them. I've got minis here. I've got minis over here. Keyboard, mouse, paintbrushes. Like, I try and keep it clean as well. It just takes a bit of maintenance. That's all it is, brother. That's all it is. So, I'm just very lucky that I've got my own hobbying room. So, I'm able to kind of, you know, keep it in the state that I want to keep it in. So, but still, I do like to have it clean.
I will believe beyond speed hopeful and try not to undo that which was built all around me. Take it all the way back to the melody. All we want is attack back where we wanna be, and all we had was our ways about it all. I think you don't know now, but it could be so much better yet. I just need a band to save me. I just need a song of hope and I wish somebody would amaze me still and not make me feel like I'm alone.
I'll get onto that then. Any words of wisdom finding time between the hobby, work, and life itself to exercise? Schedule. Like, schedule. I can tell you now, man, like, if you've seen my Facebook and Instagram, you know that I'm hitting the gym 3 times a week, and I schedule that time in. I make sure that that's a priority. And so if you have to sacrifice an hour worth of hobby stuff, you know, to go and exercise, do it. 100%. Also, on your own streams, do a deck of pain. And that'll help as well, because then you're also encouraging your viewers to stay healthy. Healthy, fit, and active, and, you know, then you're also... Look at my redeems. Now, you should have enough channel points to redeem it, so if you want to redeem it, I can show you. Dingwoot, lol, Apple Watch makes me work out 30 minutes each day. Yep, that's also another method. You'll get there, Skeletal Steve. Yeah, for sure. So having your Apple Watch give you the reminder will help. So, and then, yeah, the Deck of Pain is, as you'll find out, a really good way to, whilst you're even streaming, to do exercises and, stay fit and healthy. Dingwoo started my New Year's resolution to work out every day. Apple Fitness and closing those damn rings has had me at least 30 minutes a day. Yeah, nice. And you haven't missed a day yet. That's awesome. That is awesome to hear, Dingwoo. Good on ya. Keep it up. Alright, so we should be hopefully done this guy by the time of the next Stream Raiders battle, ladies and gentlemen. Now, because these parts are getting a bit closer to the ground, I'm not able to do the side of the brush, but places like here I can. Just slowly working it down, making sure it's nice, clean. As well as being a solid color as well. Alright, so we're almost done one leg. Now I'm just going to do the foot. So, almost done on the foot. And then we just got to do the other side. And then this guy's done in terms of the painting side of it. I just need to add some flock to his base and he's all good. So, just going around that rim, nice and carefully. And I've got dry brush elements on that side, so I don't want to really touch it too much. So the thing is with this guy, he's a bit loose under this leg, so I'm going to have to get some super glue up underneath there. Just give me 1 second, chat. You should have seen this trick in a YouTube video, hopefully. But I'm going to have to make sure it's coming through beautifully. Cool. So, just get a bit of super glue on the top of the toothpick. And then get it in where you want it to be and just kind of work it in place. Now hopefully that I've got that super glue up and in there, it should be able to hold, and it'll hold it in place as we keep on going. So yeah, we're slowly getting there, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're all enjoying the stream and hanging out. I know I am certainly enjoying hanging out with each of you guys. Yeah, nice, Radically Bad. That's awesome. Get some hobby work done, mate, as a break. Yeah, right. That's interesting. Yeah, that's really intriguing. Radically Bad. Definitely a appropriate assignment to be working on in our day and age right now. And I'm just very carefully using the brush to do the edge highlighting along the back here. My verdict was 6 foot isn't enough, more like 10 feet. We haven't learned air assistance yet, so my answer is flawed. Yeah, that's true. But, you know, your answer is correct for the information that you've got. So, you know, I'm sure that that is going to be okay if you have not learnt key aspects to answer the question. But yeah, no, I do enjoy physics. I just, because I did it in high school myself as well. I just couldn't retain it. I enjoyed it, don't get me wrong. I loved learning about it, but it just didn't stick in my head.
Voices joined will never tire. Brothers all our way. Streets they run with blood and fire. The price of liberty.
Just slowly chipping away at these edge highlighting. We're almost done. We're almost done, chat. How awesome is that? So, yeah, we're almost done. I'm just trying. Freak. Got one part on the other leg, on the other foot. It's just this top kind of coil that goes around. Kavrak, physics was one of, if not my favorite subject. I retain some knowledge, but most of what I retain is all to do with aeronautics and orbital mechanics, thanks to a lot of hours playing Kerbal Space Program. Yep, that's fair enough. Alright. Radically bad. Oh, Skeletal Stevo. Hype, another great mini down. Awesome. Should be good. It feels good to get this guy done. Like, I mean, I painted him up pretty well years ago. I was really happy with the painting. And I just haven't really gotten back to finishing him off like this. And it, you know, it just squares him up so nicely with the edge highlighting, and sculpt's not the best, but you know, that's what happens at times. You don't get the best sculpts of minis that you would hope you would get. Radically bad. For my ultramarines, I'm the opposite of you. I do the reset shading, but no highlighting. Yeah, cool. Like, everyone's got different techniques that they like. You know. So, you know, you don't have to do the edge highlighting if you don't like doing it. But if you enjoy doing the recess shading, go for it. Like, that is the brilliant thing about this hobby, is that everyone can kind of do the techniques that they enjoy and that they like doing, rather than being like, oh, you have to do edge highlights. Like, well, no. You don't necessarily have to. If you don't enjoy it, you know. Now, if you're painting for an event and you want to score, you know, good on paint, then yeah, you probably want to do edge highlighting. But at the same time, if you're not, then you're probably not as concerned about it. Alright. That's it done, ladies and gentlemen. Now, how awesome does that look? Yep, ready to slay the Xenos, 100%. So good. Absolutely love it. So now I've just got to do the basing material on it and it's good to go. So yeah. Beast mode skeleton Steve, 100%. Ah, which is awesome. Oh. Whew. Alright. Back to the Devastators. So there's a couple of colours that I'm yet to do. Of the second coat that I know I need to. I'm just going to grab another paint that I need for these guys. Mainly for the Sergeant's Chainsword. Is literally probably the only place I need it. So I'm going to start with that one, which is Mournfang Brown for the handle of the chainsword. So I don't need that much. Just going to grab a little bit out. And then grab my character brush. And just
Every time you look around,
get in there and just do the little bit of detail work that needs to be done.
troubles on the wild mind, questions in the sleepless nights, answers that we design, only come in maze and mites. This tide gets you down, but swim up now, refuse to drown. There's so much to learn. You just
Alright.
got to wait your turn. And when you think you've seen it all,
So we're getting there. We're getting there. So the next color that's going to be done is actually going to be the flesh on the Sergeant. it does need a second coat. Alright. Now this one I want to be really well watered down. Alright, so now I'll water it down a little bit more. So just applying a nice, quite watered down coat of rat skin flesh, but what that enables it to do is to kind of end and be quite a smooth coat, whilst also not taking up a ton of detail. Skeletal Steve, I need more discipline. I want to paint minis to a good level, but I paint so slow. Any ideas of a happy medium so I can have painted minis and have enough to play during games, whenever that happens again? Man, it's all about finding ways to speed up your process, I would say. So you see I'm kind of working the same colors across all of them, all the different models that I'm painting at the same time, is one way to do it, the batch painting. The other way to do it is use stuff like spray cans and airbrushes to do your base coats. Really does speed up your painting time. Alright, let's go over to Stream Raiders. We'll have one more battle after this, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you everyone for the units, and let's get the battle going. We're winning. Let's hope we can kill these towers though, because they're going to kill us from range. Hey, congratulations everyone, we got there! Alrighty, and the rewards go to Skeletal Steve and Dingwoot. Congratulations, fellas. Alright, let me just collect the gold and the scrolls as well for the archer. Alright, this is moderate difficulty, so let's see how we go. Let's get the big boy down, the Berserker. Alright, this will be the last battle for today, everyone, so if you're still wanting to jump in, get in on it. So now, where was I up to? I was up to doing Ushupti Bone on the Purity Seals is what I'll be doing next for the second coat. very similar to how I do the rat skin flesh, is I want it very watered down so that it's able to be a nice thin, clean coat. Alright. So it doesn't take much to get this coat on there, but it'll be nice and clean and easy to go. So it's just all about, you know, getting this watered coat worked over so that it doesn't have streaks or anything on it, which some of the base coat level ones will, just because you're going over that blue or black. You know, you Sharpty Bones being a layer paint and being a beige is, you know, it goes a lot easier over white. So doing that two thin coats really does, you know, take that time and then there we go. Alright, so that's you Sharpty Bone done. Alrighty, so next up, I'm going to do the red. So this is the last colour that I need to do a second coat of on these guys. And then they're actually ready to go for touch-ups. Which is nice, which would be cool. Just setting these guys up with their weapons on their arms to make things a bit easier to paint. Alright, so literally the backpacks don't have any red, so I don't need to worry about them, except for the sergeant's backpack. So, geez, my phone is blowing up today. This is crazy. Alright. Let's get this red on. So, yeah, I hope everyone is enjoying the stream, enjoying hanging out with us on your Saturday or your Friday night, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're having an awesome time, you know, whether you're working on some hobby, just chilling out, whatever you're doing. I really appreciate you all stopping by and hanging out here and spending your time here. Alright. So the character brush is going to come in clutch right now. got a small enough tip that I'm able to actually get into these spots quite easily. And then I'm just doing that second coat over the purity, the actual seal of the purity seal, just so it's nice solid red as well. Cool. Skeletal Steve, do the normal Space Marines have to be placed on 32s, or you can still play them on 25s? So I still play mine on 25s. That's because that's what I've got them on as. One of my projects for this year is to get 32s base extenders to be able to, you know, actually have them on 32mm bases. So I think it's got to the point where they're now all coming with 32s, so it's kind of expected that you play with them on 32s. In casual games, I don't see the problem, but in events and such, then they're going to start picking it up a bit more, I'd say. Alright, so just carefully going about the red. I don't want to have to touch up the metal again. So, hey, there we go, Skeletal Steve. Alright, I don't hate you, mate. Let's do this deck of pain. So, what it is that it's a mobile phone app where I choose a set of exercises and then it gives me a number of repetitions. So, I've got a 4 of clubs, which is a 4. That's my number of reps, and the clubs means I'm doing torso rotations. So, all I do, kick the chair back. Oh, that was a bit of a crack. And now, I'm not just going to be half-assed about it and just do it with my legs out and just do it like this. Nah, I'm going to angle myself back and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So generally, I will double the amount of reps unless I'm exhausted and hit the gym that day. So today I did not hit the gym, so I did not double my I double my reps. That's how I do it. So that is what the deck of paint is all about. Yeah, it's cool. And so I've got it on a countdown, so it's only someone can only redeem it once an hour. But you can, each person can redeem it multiple times per stream. So if someone's got enough channel points to be able to do it, then they can, come into a stream and absolutely unload decks of paint on me every hour. So, nah, you're all good, man. All good. Don't stress, brother. We all have our days. So I'm just taking my time with this one because I want to kind of do it as a touch-up as well as a second layer. So that's why I'm taking my time with doing the second coat of red onto the heavy bolter. So it's just that's all good, Skeletal Steve. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I just try and be chill and just try and you know, have some fun, get some hobby done, hang out with everyone in chat, you know, because you know, it's a lot more fun that way. And just, you know, I'm usually pretty much like this anyway, so it's just my normal personality, brother. Dingwood, alright, have to head off for lunch and a workout. Too easy, Dingwood. Have a good one, mate. Hopefully I'll catch you at some point soon, brother. Have a great workout. Have some good lunch. And I'll talk to you soon, man. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Alright, let's see. Alrighty, so we're getting there. We're getting there with this guy. It is just taking a bit of time because I am doing it carefully rather than being rough, because I don't want to have to do touch-ups again on the metal of the heavy bolter because of the reds. So it's just easier, and it just saves on time in the process of everything. So for the most part, it's getting there nice and easily and clean. Like, and for the most part, you can see there how clean that's coming up on the areas. So that's why I'm taking my time with it. Always better to take your time than to rush. Alright. Almost got this all nice and done. So just slowly chipping away at it, ladies and gentlemen, in chat. Alright, that's the heavy bolter done for the red. For the most part. There's just a little bit of... Yep, cool. Maybe some other smaller details as well. Just around here. Cool. That's the heavy bolter, all nice and cleaned up with red. What's stopping your painting? Can you describe your bases for these beauties? Like, is it textured paint with scattered grass? No, so I actually just use modeling sand with these guys. So, as you can see, there's just modeling sand on the... Oh. I'll take those off for now. As you can see, it's just modeling sand that I've put on them with... so I do it PVA glue. Then I do Mournfang Brown and another 2 layers of dry brushing over the top. And then I add static grass on top of that. So really simple, but effective in terms of how it looks. So what it should ends up looking like I'm not sure if you'll be able to see unless I take the heavy bolter off. As you can see on this guy, he's magnetized, but you can see kind of what the bases look like with the static grass on there. Kind of just adds a bit more depth to it. Yeah, exactly. It looks simple, but it looks great at the same time because it's simple. So, no, I don't. But if GW are watching, hit me up. Sorry, couldn't resist the opportunity to lean into that one. Alright, so just doing the chainsword now. So, I reckon I should be able to get the chainsword and bolter done, and at least try to get the other heavy bolter done. But I'm still super stoked that the base coat stage is pretty much done for these guys. One of our lads has had models published by GW. Wow, that's insane, Kavarek. That is awesome. Was it one of the guys that was at TerraCon? Not TerraCon, sorry, CoastCon? Or will be at TerraCon? Oh, really? It was Josh. That's crazy. He does do some... Yeah, sick. Nah, Josh is a phenomenal painter. Like, the guy is insane. Yeah, no, that's awesome. Alright, that's the chainsaw done. So now, on to the bolter. So, I'm just slowly working my way around the bolter, getting the red touched up and doing that fresh second coat as well. It's always nice to get a nice solid coat, particularly a red. I find that it's just that it's one of those colors that does really mean that when you do that 2 coats, it pops quite nicely. Alrighty.
Smoke over the city soul, pollutes our sons and daughters. Ooh. You can fall asleep on sheets of gold and wake up as a pauper.
Alright, my stomach is telling me it's lunchtime. So that means that this last Stream Raiders battle is going to be it for today, ladies and gentlemen. So, and then after that, I'll wrap up the stream and we'll go from there. Almost done the bolter. There we go. That's the bolter done. Then I got the purity seal to go. So then I'll do the purity seal on the other marine as well. And leave it there for today. But this has been an awesome session. Gotten a lot of progress done. I'm particularly happy that I managed to get the Contemptor all highlighted up as well. So I forgot that I had to do the light here on the backpack of the Sergeant as well. Just gonna Get the red all worked in there. Just kind of put the red there as well. And then, oh, Kavarek, goodness me. I think I'm going to try and tidy up my space after I log off. I've been inspired. Yeah, awesome. Glad to hear that, Skeletal Steve. Good. It's always good to reset the mechanism when you can. That's for sure. Alright, and then I've got some more touch-up work to do on the lenses of this guy. Alrighty. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. We've got about a minute and a half until the stream raise is ready to go. So I'm just going to tidy up a little bit. I'm going to swap to here. How's everyone doing? How are we doing, guys? Yeah, we haven't invented teleportation yet. Oh, that'd be so good when we do, though. It'd be so good that we do. But yeah, no, it's absolutely awesome to hear that you're kind of in a bit of a mood to get some painting done. Awesome to hear, Radically Bad, that you're almost done getting the Intercessor done. That's awesome, mates. Glad to hear that. I'm happy that I've made some decent progress today, that I got the next batch of 5 Necron Warriors done. So I've only got 25 left to go. 15 that are built, 10 that need to be built, which is awesome. That I've made some decent progress on these Devastators. I've just got to do touch-ups on the second heavy bolter. That I need to do flocking on the Contemptor, and then he's done. So it's just really awesome that I've been able to get a lot of progress done in the last 24 hours, which is absolutely awesome. So yeah, we've almost got the battle ready. We're going to swap over because it's pretty much ready to go. Thank you everyone for the units. Kavarek, if I'd been 20 minutes quicker, I'd been able to get my wife to pick some paints up as she was near the store, but I was too late. Doesn't matter. I'm ordering more models in a few weeks. We'll order paints then. Yeah, awesome, man. Awesome. Alright, so the battle's ready to go. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do it. Five enemies left, 4 enemies left, and 2 shooting towers on each side. We got this. Mr. Zeke and the Skeletal Stevo, congrats, fellas. And the reward goes to Skeletal Stevo. Alrighty. That's going to be it for Stream Raise today, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, how are we all doing, chat? How's everyone going? I hope you've all enjoyed hanging out with us today. Unfortunately, I've got a bunch of stuff I need to do around here, so I'm not going to be throwing out a raid, as I like to generally hang out in someone's chat for about half hour or so with you guys as well. But it's been absolutely awesome hanging out with you. Now, up here, if I can get my finger angled correctly. There. Up here, you can see goals for giveaway. Now, some of you might be wondering, what the heck's this? So, once we hit 300 followers and 30 subscribers, I'm going to be doing a giveaway where I'll be painting up a HQ of the winner's choice to the value of 60 Australian dollars, and some of our very nice community members have decided to throw some stuff in towards that as well. We've got until the end of the year to hit that. If we hit it earlier, that's awesome, we'll get there. But if we don't, then, you know, by the end of the year, I'll do it for the first month next year, and January will be when the tickets can enter and everything. So I'm going to work out all the details for it during this year. So yeah, it's gonna be a good one. I'm looking forward to it. Just like to thank everyone for, you know, the follows and the subscriptions. We had Chadwick pop in for a bit and hang out, which is absolutely awesome to have him, a fellow Pipeline streamer. So if you are not a member of my Discord, I would highly recommend jumping into my Discord. It's absolutely awesome place. We've got a lot of guys sharing their hobby progress. Guys like Radically Bad, showing off their work in there as well. We've got list channels where you talk about army lists, painting. Also, there's a model showcase one where every month I do a slideshow of miniatures that the community have been working on, which has been absolutely awesome to have, and I'll be doing it for April. So entries are open for April so far. I'll be doing a post in the Discord just to remind everyone that they've got until the 31st to get those done. They're going to download them all, set it all up, and it'll be all good to go. Also, if you have got any social medias at all, whether it be Facebook, Instagram, or YouTube, feel free to head over and check me out on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. So I'm going to be starting to do a lot more YouTube videos coming up. When I'm not streaming, you can generally expect a YouTube video to drop, primarily when I'm traveling or I'm going to be away for an event and I can't stream at my normal time. So I'm going to do up a couple of videos because the first weekend of August I'm actually away for a wedding, so I won't be streaming the Friday or the Saturday. So I'm going to have 2 videos drop at the normal stream times of those days for you guys to view and hang out. So I've already recorded the first one. I'm going to be recording the second one this week, editing it all up as well, getting that all ready to go to be released on those days, which is going to be awesome. I'm going to be bringing, and those will be posted on Facebook and YouTube as well. But primarily where I communicate is the Discord, the Facebook, and the Instagram is where I'm always putting up my schedule for the week, as well as what I'll be working on during the stream, post day before, hour before, of when I'm going to be going live, which is absolutely awesome. I'm going to get some completed unit picks up on the Instagram as well as on the Facebook page, which is absolutely awesome. Now, if you guys aren't already following, I highly recommend dropping a follow. You'll get a notification every time that I go live as well. It is really appreciated, as well as we do have that giveaway at 300 followers. We're currently at 215, which is awesome. Need another 85 for that. Now, if you decide to give bits, donate, subscribe, know that it is not expected whatsoever. Radically Bad, yeah, I can do it. I think the one of the panels down there might be able to show it to you in your own time for my schedule. So if you have a look at there'll be a timer panel. It might tell you the Pacific times of when I stream. Oh, yeah, it does get tricky, brother. It does get tricky. I'll look into it for doing Pacific time for everyone as well. But yeah, so as I was saying, if you subscribe, if you give bits, if you donate, know that it is really appreciated. It goes all back into the channel. Right now, I can tell you we're probably about $15 away from our first Twitch payout, and I'm just going to be putting that straight back into emotes and badges for you guys. So that's what you guys will be getting for that, because you've chosen to support the stream, and it's going to be absolutely awesome to get those done up. It'll be the same guy that's done all the overlays as well. So there'll be a bunch of emotes, a bunch of new badges, especially for subscribers. You'll get some awesome badges there. But yeah, so apart from that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for hanging out with us today. I really appreciate you guys choosing to come and spend some of your Friday night or some of your Saturday with me. It's been absolutely awesome. I've been Scotty D49 until... so I'll be streaming this coming week. I'll be streaming Tuesday, Friday, Saturday. Again, it'll be all hobby all the time. So we'll be getting a lot of hobby progress done before I go away the following week. I will have a Tuesday night fight one as well the week that before I go away also. So it means that next week are the last hobby sessions for the month, so I need to get this stuff done. So, yeah, until 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time on Tuesday, have a great rest of your weekend, everyone. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, and I hope that you have a great one, and I will catch you all soon. See yous.